Okay, hello Reaver. How are you doing? Right. So, last time on, we spent a lot of time building characters for or building mercenaries, or rather, for our adventures in Varnhold, which is the DLC for Pathfinder Kingmaker, and it is running kind of parallel with current events in the barony, or Edelweiss's barony. So I decided, you know what? We finished the chapter in the main game. Now let's detour over to the DLC for a bit. Hello, Ram. So, in the interest of that, let's get started, shall we? And Lazy, good to see you too. Hello, Maka. What's the app for? Did I miss a message? Oh yeah. Did I? Whoops. Fuck. I guess I had the wrong channel up for your server anyway. My bad. I'm just gonna delete that. Hey, there we go. Sorry, guys. I didn't... Yeah, that was an honest accident. So... I did a little bit of fine-tuning because... when I started... I made Etrom a herald caller, so she'd be my summoner. And as it turns out, that doesn't really work. Or that, rather, I should say, that's kinda... that slot is already filled, because you have, at that point, Cephal here with spell focus, conjuration, augment summoning, and superior summoning. So he's pretty much set up already to be a summoner. And set up for getting bodies in for the enemy to target. So instead, I decided to go with an Imperial Sorcerer, Ecclesiarch, and our multiclass, and starting at 8th level, I'm probably going to get Mystic Theurge, so that she's basically part healer and also a bit of a blaster caster, which is I also changed her race a little bit because I figured why not, because because Elf has favored class bonuses I kind of wanted for Cleric. So, yeah. Ironically, she is blonde in the picture, but not on the model, because for some reason, elves don't have blonde hair available, which is weird. But, whatever.
In due time.
Thank you for the first, Trom.
I'm there.
Oh.
Strike as war life ends here. This strike, my masterpiece.
This will hurt.
Nope. I should probably adjust the hotbars again.
A solid plan. This will hurt.
You should have run!
Do not hold back.
Fight me!
Forwards.
Okay.
I do what I must.
You got another one?
I'm off. I'm always ready.
Aid, another, and dismiss spell we don't really need. Shield bearer, I guess we can keep that on the hotbar just in case. Do, do, do. Yeah,
Our duty
that's fine.
calls.
Dazzling display, we can move higher up. Aid another, we can remove. Dismiss spell we can definitely remove. Fighting defensively is probably just always going to be toggled on. So we may as well move that up to the side.
Ready when you are.
Spare me the details.
Sepal. We don't need that on the main hotbar. The mage armor. Or acid splash for that matter. False life can also just go on the side. Summon Monster 2 and Summoner Monster 3 can go up there. Reject Rage. Turn that on and forget about it.
We should move.
Bryn. And say, put these up here. Put his judgment on the hotbar.
The road awaits. I stand ready. Ona Adayana.
Ah, shit. I didn't mean to do that, but whatever. Okay.
Let us press on. I'm there. In due time. Stand with me. You should have run.
Victory is near. Press on.
Aim carefully.
I will not die. This, I am sorry to disappoint you, friends.
Really, Varn?
Strike! Attack! Ha!
This spell works differently. This spell works differently.
Whoops!
On your knees!
Don't hold back! Ugh! A solid plan.
Strike!
Ah, that's bad.
Attack!
This will hurt. Forward. We shall overcome.
Don't hold back!
You should have run. Aim carefully. Attack! Strike as one.
This will hurt!
I shall not falter.
You shall pay.
Strike! Ha! Attack!
Okay.
I will see this through.
Yeah, that was rough. Can't say I quite expected that.
in yourselves.
Okay.
Please, get to the point.
Magritium Turinos.
A solid plan.
You should have run!
Fight me. Victory is near.
Don't hold back. This will hurt.
Aboranes Zentes.
That works out.
Forwards.
Strike!
Press on.
You should have run. Aim carefully.
Don't hold back!
Do not hold back.
That was easy.
Defeat is not an option.
Strike.
What?
This will hurt!
Ah!
Okay. I reckon we need some more bodies down there. A little more than 2 would have been nice, but whatever.
It's nothing. I am sorry to disappoint you, friends.
Don't hold back. Attack!
No quarter.
"16 spell resistance," or 18. And energy resistance, electricity and cold.
Ona Adayanon. This will hurt.
There we go. Oh, you've got to be fucking kidding me.
You should have run!
A solid plan. You should have run.
Strike!
Forwards. Ha!
On your knees!
Strike!
Don't hold back!
Aim carefully.
Yes, my friend?
Let us not hesitate. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos. Magritium Turinos.
Now, as much as I hate to do this, quite frankly, I'd rather not start over, or start over from the beginning of yesterday's save, so let's see. I think there was an option to remove debuffs from the party, yes? Eh. It'll be fine. Whatever.
Follow if you dare. I'm there.
Hmm.
Fortune favors the bold.
Meh.
I will lead you to victory.
Pale Yan. A large group of thugs armed to their teeth approaches you openly. The one in front walks with a swagger. He's a tall man, and the right half of his face is covered in an intricate pattern of scars and tattoos. Captain Varn, or rather Baron Varn, I had a feeling you would appear here sooner or later. I've been looking forward to this moment. You can call me Pale Yan. I'm the leader of this society of freedom-loving travelers. It's an amazing place, my barony. Even the bandits here are surprisingly polite and well-spoken. Magar seems completely nonchalant. A barony usually suits its ruler. The bandit smiles broadly, then scoffs. I wouldn't be talking to any of those smug nobles from Bravoy or Patax, but the glory of the Varling host precedes you. So I'm making an exception. I have a business proposal for you and information on my lad swords in exchange for a share of loot. And your lady-in-law will turn her blind eyes elsewhere for now. The gang appears excellently armed and equipped. However, the bandits have obviously just come from a fight. Most are scratched and wounded, their clothes torn. And what's more interesting, several have burns left by fire or electricity. Just to get this straight, some person or creature fried your gang until they sizzled, and now you want our help to get the better of them. Magar laughs softly. General, don't swallow him whole right away. Leave a few pieces for the rest of us. You have good eyes, General. I wonder if they see the potential benefits of such an arrangement. Or can't you see past your singed pride, or my singed pride? I'll tell you the whole story. A while ago, a small group of locals were lucky enough to witness the spectacle of a lifetime. 2 dragons fighting above the wastelands. One of them appeared to be the legendary Elthuliak. That old viper hasn't left her nest for a long time. Of course, she won the battle, and her opponent narrowly escaped. Wounded, it struggled eastward, and somehow got over the tors of Lebanese. And finally ended up here. He's been sitting in the middle of the Cyclopes ruins for a few days and doesn't seem ready to leave. This is an urgent matter, Sir Barn. You have a bloody dragon in your barony, wounded but still most deadly. He killed a few centaurs. We saw it with our own eyes. It won't be long before your villagers cross his path, and that will be a bloodbath. My lads wouldn't stand a chance against the monster, although we're ready to fight if we must. You and your current party couldn't beat him either, but if we join forces, we might take down the beast and share between us the treasures and artifacts it has taken from the ruins. I promise you, afterwards, we will leave your lands and do our work somewhere far, far away. A tense silence hangs in the air. Magar doesn't speak, either pondering his thoughts or awaiting a reaction from you and Sepho. As the bandit look at your companions. As the bandit sets out his ideas, Magar grows darker and darker. There's little doubt he's preparing to order an attack and put the gang down here and now. Sepho watches the leader's face closely and draws himself together, undoubtedly preparing for a bitter dispute. But it would be unseemly to argue in front of the thugs. The sharp words will have to wait until the action is done. Under other circumstances, I wouldn't listen to these thugs. But a dragon is far too dangerous. We should unite with them, even if only to protect our lands. Listen to your general, Baron. If you don't want to listen to me... The wizard speaks softly. Magar looks at Sepho, then at you, then back at Sepho again. A united front, huh? I don't have to like this, but I've grown used to heeding your advice, and I don't doubt you now. He turns to the bandit. You have my word, Sir Pale Yan. We will kill the dragon together, and you can leave with half the loot. The bandit salutes. The beast lies to the southwest. We will be waiting for you nearby. Okay. First, we're going to take a level. Or first, we're going to max out our duelist prestige class. Barn. Bleeding attack. Sepal. Bonus wizard spell. Summon monster 4. And large person mass. Maka. Hmm.
I'm here.
I will not falter.
I guess we'll see if my gambit pays off. If it's a metallic dragon, then it did not. But if it's any kind of chromatic dragon, then I won't really feel bad when we kill it.
Do what I must.
If we kill it.
I'm off. In due time.
Now, if my memory serves me right, we are dealing with a blue dragon, which yeah,
There.
those are evil, and I don't really feel bad about killing that. If so,
Attack.
hello, Cyclops.
To battle and victory!
Don't hold back. A solid plan. We shall overcome.
Two Cyclopses. Okay.
Believe in yourselves!
This will hurt. Ha!
Ow.
This will hurt! Strike my masterpiece!
Fight me!
You should have run. Forwards. Follow if you dare. I do what I must.
Well, that was easy.
I'm there. In due time.
Hi, Manticore. Okay.
Inimosi travisi. Attack!
Wait, fuck.
Aim carefully. Ha!
victory is near.
You should have run! You shall pay.
Mm-hmm.
Attack!
Ah, for fuck's sake.
Don't hold back!
Press on. I will not die this easy.
Strike!
A solid plan. This will hurt.
Okay.
It's time to act. Our time has come.
Never hesitate.
I'm off. I'm there.
I'll take care of it.
I stand ready.
I saw them.
My skills are absolute. Don't hold back!
Ah, yet another obstacle.
Another one.
Forwards. You should have run.
Believe in yourself.
2.
Yes.
Aim carefully. Ha! Strike.
This will hurt!
Attack! Ha! Don't hold back.
You should have run!
Fight me.
I do what I must. This will
Victory is
we
here.
will prevail. You should have run.
Strike!
Strike as one.
Press on.
Strike.
Don't hold back!
A solid plan. My skills exceed yours.
Believe in yourselves.
Don't hold back!
This will hurt!
Oh, that explains, never mind then. Mistake the urge, family. Now we combine Imperial Sorcerer with Cleric. And Hurricane Bow. And that's second level, or second level spell slots, I think. Acid arrows, probably. Precise strike, combat reflexes. Outflank, outflank. Huh. That is weird. Dodge. Precise strike. Combat reflexes. There it is. Add flank. Yep. I'll take that.
Follow if you dare.
They will never break us.
Magritium Turinos.
Forwards. Ah!
You should have run!
Fight me!
This will hurt. Aim carefully.
This spell works differently. Strike!
Victory is near!
You should have run.
All right, out of break. Welcome back.
One of us needs to learn to use that.
Attack!
Don't hold back!
Let's wrap up this adventure. This is the Baron. Help, please. Baron? What? Is this what their two-legged call their rulers? Baron. Ha! The Noman tribe has guarded this land for over 1,000 years. And the two-legged think they can own everything here just because they wrote it in a piece of paper? I warn you, it is impossible to make peace with such creatures. You can lament the bloodshed, but any half measures will only lead to more bloodshed in the end. And then it will be the blood of your subjects, Maker. Do you care about your tribe, Noman warriors? If so, then think. You are about to shed blood on the younglings, shed the blood of the younglings. They're almost children. It is the same as declaring war. A whisper runs through the ranks of the centaurs. After a tense pause, they lower their bows. Fine, we will go. But you will remember everything, two-legged. Do not think that you now own these lands. Or that the ancient evil is yours to awaken. The warrior priestess Akora Silverfire will find out about everything. Wonderful. This couldn't get any better. We've barely begun the barony, and already we're on the verge of war with the centaurs. Regent, General, before we return to Varnhold, we'll need to consider how we'll defend our villages. Maybe there's a way we can repair the damage that's been done. As for you, children, run on home to your parents.
In due time. I'm there. I do what I must.
Headband of Mental Perfection 4. Nice. Intelligence, wisdom, and charisma.
I'm off. I'm there.
I don't remember what the exact order was for these. No matter.
In due time. Their life ends here.
A blue dragon. Yeah, I thought so.
On your knees.
Ah, shit.
A solid plan.
This will hurt!
Unimosi Travisi.
Na, Ia, Orama.
This will hurt. You should have run. Forwards.
Yes.
Oh. That's not ideal.
I am inclined to withdraw.
Ow.
Believe in yourselves.
Strike. Aim carefully. Ha!
Fight me. Yeah!
Don't hold back. Attack!
Yeah. I am not going to, like, I've actually done the other approach before, where the general and Varn decide, you know, to try and negotiate with the dragon. I've done that before. But I'm not really going to shed tears over a blue dragon. Like, even if it's a technically evil choice that sees me cooperating with bandits, yeah. A blue dragon that is not worth fretting over. Yeah. No. Shit. Oh, no, never mind, actually. I'll be taking that.
Follow if you dare. I'm there.
And now we go back to home to Barnhold.
I do
Okay.
what I must.
Wonderful. Now the Centaur barbarians have added themselves to our already too long list of problems. We'd best order long pikes for the infantry and beef up the fortifications.
Or we could avoid fighting them and save the money for something more urgent than battling barbarians.
I believe we should set up a camp for the night.
with me.
Right then.
This will hurt. Good roll.
This spell works differently. This spell works differently. Favorane sentence.
A solid plan.
Victory is near.
You should have run.
Etram had just had her turn, actually, so...
You should have run!
I want to say Nadia is there. Barn is there. Right after not, that'll do.
Press on!
Forwards.
Willis Gunderson, the man you've just saved from, catches his breath and smiles brightly, as if he hadn't just been zigzagging away from his pursuers. His clothing and equipment are an odd mix of quality, durable items and pompous decorative elements. Even his shirt, specially cut to provide an unobstructed view of his chest, or even his shirt seems specially cut to provide an unobstructed view of his chest, which is adorned with 2 golden chains. Baron Varn, your grace! What fortune meeting you here. Until now, I've only unpleasant guests on my morning escapades. Magar smiles warmly at the stranger and extends his hand in friendship as to an equal. He also stands in such a way to capture the stranger's attention while not blocking your view. Orcephal's. Greetings! And you are? Willis Gunderson, your grace. Apparently flattered by the attention, the peculiar man strikes a good proud pose. Scientist, traveler, and researcher of antiquities. At your service. It is a pleasure to see that my barony attracts such educated people. What he said is a very fancy way of saying grave robber. Barn. And it is most regrettable that I must face such difficulties. Magar nods towards the dead. Now entirely dead. Cyclops. Where did that creature come from? I've no idea. Willis's voice seems tranquil. I was enjoying the view and taking notes when an ill-mannered simpleton stepped into my light. I politely asked him to step aside and allow me to finish, but he wouldn't listen. And when I turned around, I knew he couldn't have, for zombies have as much reason as manners. Perception 15, which is pretty much guaranteed success. Look closer at the traveler. While Magar entertains the traveler in question in conversation, you carefully examine his gear and clothes. The first thing that strikes your attention is an intricate yellowish jade bracelet on his wrist. You can tell by his ragged state that Willis has been on the road for at least a few days, and indeed, from all appearances, mostly off-road. Try to determine the origin of the bracelet. Also a guaranteed success. The bracelet looks carved of a whole piece of jade, of unusual tone. Even from a distance, you can see patterns, or see the patterns that decorate it. Obviously, signs of the relic's origin. This item came from the ancient Cyclops Empire, but what is it doing here? And how did this hapless traveler acquire it? Well, now this Cyclops is much more polite, isn't he? Magar falls quiet for a moment, allowing you to add a few words to the conversation. So, you're an antiquities specialist, Sir Gunderson. That bracelet you're wearing is certainly ancient, isn't it? You won't find a better specialist in ancient treasures on either side of the Torch of Lebanese. Willis shows you the bracelet readily. This knickknack is my latest find. I found it on the river shore. It would seem the water washed it out of some ancient burial ground. No doubt it is very ancient and may have serious scientific value. I haven't dated it precisely yet. You must understand, such things take time, but I would swear by Desna herself, I swear Desna herself got in my hand. Magar approaches and pats the lad on the shoulder, gently taking the bracelet from Willis's hands before he can object. This is quite interesting. The barony doesn't yet boast of its scientific achievements, but I think we can find a specialist who should be able to determine the bracelet's origin. If this is a precious item, your efforts in finding it will be generously rewarded. Here, take this as an advance. He takes a purse from his belt and hands it to Willis. Where did you say you found it? By the river. Willis seems taken aback by expropriation of the bracelet, but regains his smile when he feels the weight of the purse he just been handed. I'm only happy to help in any way I can. Baron Varn. But with your connections, we'll surely discover the origin of this find. And meanwhile, I may employ my time on something just as useful. Did you know that besides scientific articles, I also write fiction? And I cannot pass up the opportunity to write about the exploits of the Varnling host and a chronicle of your first steps as Baron. Would you? So long as they don't ask me to sit for a portrait. Magar laughs infectiously. I was born to a noble family, so my childhood was wasted on sitting with my mother and brothers for a train of grand portraits. I was only spared the torture after I covered my waistcoat in tar and lit my pretty feathered beret on fire. So long as you spare me such torments, Willis, I don't mind what you do. You should find some place to settle in Barnhold and get to work. I will send word when I receive news about the bracelet. As you wish, Your Grace. It was a pleasure dealing with you. Willis Gunderson hurries off in the direction of Varnhold. Magar follows him with his eyes for a time, then scoffs. That went well. Of course the lad is lying through his teeth, but we got more from him than we might have hoped. Vern looks pensively at the bracelet. Why did you invite this Gunderson to Varnhold anyway? Do we really need even more foolish treasure hunters in this backwater? My mercenary gut. 9 times out of 10, when my gut tells me to keep my eyes peeled, the situation is about to get bad. Of course, there's always the 10th time. And my gut is merely predicting a severe hangover, but I don't think that's the case this time. Magar frowns for a moment. Maybe Gunderson really is just a charming chatterbox. And he ran into that dead Cyclops by accident. And maybe this bracelet is a simple piece of jewelry, but something in this story doesn't sit right. I suspect that Gunnarsson lied about finding it by the river. He'd clearly been wandering for days through dungeons by the looks of him. Ha! Didn't I tell you, Sepple? There was something wrong. There is something wrong here. The bracelet is an ancient Cyclops relic. It doesn't take a specialist to see that. I agree. Perhaps we shall find a Cyclops treasure around the corner. This does not alter the fact that our leader continues to leap at every shadow and makes a fool of himself for random passing strangers. Instead of focusing on important matters such as engaging in the barony's politics. The lad finds an ancient Cyclops relic in a dungeon, runs out with a zombie Cyclops at his heels. I see no mystery in what happened here. A keen nose and an eagle eye. Magar passed you on the shoulder in approval. I hope that dead Cyclops is the only thing that crawled out of wherever he stole this bracelet. No, trust me, that it's going to get a lot worse. What a story! We've hardly solved our problems with the Centaurs, and we've already got a whole new riddle and a personal chronicler along with it. We should look more closely at his paltry rhymes. Sepple, take the bracelet and see what you can make of it. Nadia, keep an eye on our new friend. Visit him in Varnhall when you have the time. Maybe you'll manage to pry something else out of him. That's it. Let's move.
Aim carefully. Attack.
Strike!
Oh. I didn't realize there was one behind me too.
A solid plan. Strike! Huh. Ooh.
Don't hold back!
Believe in yourselves.
Ah, fuck. Okay, yeah. I need to take a leak. Okay, yeah. The water and coffee was coming back around toward the end of that fight, and I was struggling to hold it in.
I'm off. I'm always ready.
Now you, my dear readers, have finally learned how I, Willis Gunderson, author of this tale, first entered the acquaintance of Baron Varn and his companions. But as much as I would like to delve into this remarkable meeting, I must remind myself that by no means am I the main character of this book. Perhaps one day it will occur to Baron Varn or the General to mention me in their memoirs, but surely our encounter must have been made an surely our encounter must have made an impression on them. As fate would have it, the party has another adventure before returning to Varnhold. Having decided to take a shortcut, don't know if I would call that a shortcut, they find themselves in an area with strange furrows which crisscrossed the entire ground here and there. Baron Varn and his companions are cautious and approach unnoticed as a young centaur whoops and leaps from one furrow to another. After a moment, Baron Varn prepares to call out to the centaur. Sephrel tries to stop him, but then the general nods, and the Baron calls out in his bold voice, drawing the centaur's attention. The call comes just in the nick of time. The centaur freezes and turns towards the party. That very same moment, the jaws of a great monster emerge up from the earth. That looks like a bullet, but this is not D&D, so it can't be. Right where the centaur would have stepped, should he have continued on his way. With barely a glance, the seasoned Varling host recognizes the monster as a bullet. Well, I guess Pathfinder did spring from D&D at one point, so some overlap is to be expected, I guess. A sleek predator which attacks its prey from underground. Baron Varn takes up his sword, steadfastly set on settling the matter himself. The general leads the charge, relying on her vigorous attacking skills and artful maneuvers. The team attacks in full force. They surround the monster and take it from all sides, while distracting it from its cloven prey. What a marvelous dance of death it is! Their swords and spells cut through the trembling Dunsworthy air like lightning bolts about to across the stormy sky. But the beast is clever and quick to realize that the circumstances are turning in its disfavor. It begins to dig once more into the ground. The general and the baron exchange glances, nod silently, and attack the beast with a finishing blow. Could this monster withstand the united attack of these battle-hardened comrades? The answer could but be a decisive one. Decisive no. With its second blow, it roars one final time, and then its lifeless flesh sinks into the ground. Another glorious victory for the Varling host. Adams received bullet bone plate and 11 units of diamond dust. Though that diamond dust is definitely going to come in handy. The general and the baron eye the battlefield. The young centaur approaches the party hesitantly. His young face glows with boundless gratitude, but its curiosity is tinged with fear. Baron Varn greets the boy and strikes up a conversation. Cephalus Laurentus mumbling something about reckless risks for questionable purposes. Well, if you need a certain purpose for this reckless risk, that would be getting a man or boy, as it was, inside the centaur camp that can advocate for us if we try to resolve that war peacefully. Approaches the beast corpse and starts performing some calculations. Meanwhile, the general decides that it is the perfect moment to learn more about the centaurs. The centaur says his name is Roiko, but it sounds more like a nickname than a real one. He is manifestly stunned by the courage of Baron Varn and his people. He hesitantly prepares to go on his way, and that he might explaining that the tribe would soon notice his absence and that he might be punished for talking with the two-legged. The general delicately manages to get some further information from him, but for the most part, it only amounts to what the team already knows. They learn that the centaur belongs to the Noman tribe, and their leader is one Akora Silverfire. A name Roiko speaks with the fiery awe of youth. The Noman centaurs consider themselves guardians of this land and stand by or stand ready to defend it from any invasion. Unlike the olden days, Roiko also tells them with a sigh that the tribe is very small, unlike the olden days. War and disaster has taken their toll, and the other tribes no longer want to deal with the Noman. Roiko's words make it seem as though the other centaur tribes consider his own tribe perhaps a little mad. Saying warm goodbyes to the young centaur, Baron Varn nods, content with his own thoughts, and leads the party on to Varnhold. Gained 2,700 experience. Nice.
I do not like that Gunderson, even if he is not a spy. And mind you, I still have my doubts. Vagabonds like him always bring trouble.
I can't keep all the vagabonds from breaking their necks in the ruins. At least if he finds something interesting, he'll bring it to us, not Brevoy.
After a daring raid into the lands of the wild centaurs, Baron Varn and his companions returned home, and I, Willis Gunderson, had the honor of accompanying them. A time of peace has come at last. Varnhold greets one serene dawn after another. But in this dark land, I dread to think what awaits us. As Kajardi approaches Varn, a wince crosses her grim face. But she speaks not a word, and instead hands him a document.
Aha! I see you've included everything, just as I asked. Thank you, Kiadi.
Magar glances over the document, and his face brightens.
Magar, what does this mean? Tell me, what am I to make of this?
Sepul snatches the document from Varn's hands as he reads it. The old wizard's eyes nearly pop out of his head.
I sent some much-needed aid to our neighbors in the Shrike Hills. They're our only possible allies in the coming carnage. Sepul, I know your opinion, but be realistic. The Aldori are not our friends. We can't count on them for help if something happens. We're expendable.
You will not preach realism to me, you naive boy. Yes, we are bargaining chips to them. That is exactly what I'm basing my politics on. A delicate contraption which you are smashing to bits. War will come to Brevoy, even you can see that. But as long as it hasn't yet begun, you can scarcely do better than pretending to be the Eldori's most loyal vassals.
You mean we need to wait until the enemy until they drop their guards, make them rely on our help, and when civil war breaks out in Brevoy, strike them in the back?
Exactly. Praised be Asmodeus. At least someone in this traveling circus can understand me.
Oh, I can. That doesn't mean I agree with you.
Listen to me carefully, you three. Yes, Gary, this involves you too. Things are looking bad. First, the land here is fertile, but its most bountiful crop is Cyclopes' graves. Second, it shares a border with the Obaria, well known for its epidemics. Gods forbid the wind carries the next plague here. Settlers are reluctant to come here as it is. I can scarcely blame them. Do not become too attached to Varnhold. This is but a stepping stone. Our real prize lies to the west. But what does Varn do? He sends them gifts. Better to send them assassins. Without their Baron, the Shrike Hills would descend into a struggle for power, and Silver Step in the Canelands would fall to us soon after.
The Baroness, you mean? But, I see how it is, Sepho.
Such villainy!
Do not interrupt your regent, Varn, or relieve me of the position this instant. Now, what is the most important thing here? The Aldori are afraid of unleashing war. They know that if they tried to separate from Brevoy without some kind of outside support, the Sotova would crush them. So, we must convince them that we are their most loyal allies. We will stoke the Aldori into an uprising. When the unrest picks up, we shall strike them in the back and make them fight on two fronts. While you, Your Grace, were drinking wine at the feast, I was busy acquiring a map of Nivotka's Crossing. Look at these fortifications. If we could seize this town, we'd win a significant piece of Brevik land along with it. After we've assisted the Sotova in hanging the Aldori on the gates, they would allow us to keep part of what we have seized as reward. Then we will have peace and prosperity.
Get out of my sight, Sevel. Get out! Never would the name of Magar Varn be tarred with such abominable villainy. It never happened while I was leader of a mercenary party, and won't happen now that I'm Baron.
Great Asmodeus, what did I do to deserve this punishment? Why do I deal with you at all? I should have taken my share and retired a long time ago. I'll be off somewhere soon enough. To Absalom or Cheliax. I shall read books on the porch and drink wine, while you do whatever you want. Burn the city down and get yourself killed. Come to me later. We need to talk.
As the old wizard storms off in a rage, you hear a magical whisper.
I can't believe my ears. Must the history of our country begin with such villainy? Oh, Sevel. Sevel. Ah, well. Let the old devil cool off. I'll talk to him later. Is that all, Kiadi?
The dwarf shrugs and hands him another paper.
I see. So, we've got a revolutionary from Galt on our hands. A tavern keeper writes us. She saw the revolutionary walking around, stirring up the people for an uprising. Well, you're the general. You go and deal with it. Talk to the tavern keeper. Find out where to look for this instigator. Well, far be it from me to teach you how to do your job. When you finish, report back to me. By the gods, what a worry. Uprisings, intrigues. These damn letters. That Gunderson and his bracelet. And the Baron has to see to all of that and listen to everyone's complaints while he's at it. What a nuisance.
Magar leaves in a cloud of curses. Oh, that Magar. I'm so angry with him. Why do I still bother? I should have left the party after that idiocy in Ustalov. Or at least after the debacle in Maivon. If I had any sense, I would never have gotten involved at all. What do you think about this, Gunderson? I cannot see any point in keeping that loafer in the capital. To hear him singing about his questionable feats at the tavern and flirting with anything that moves. People like him can be helpful here out there in the ruins, where they crawl around discovering interesting facts and useful items. I would give him a half-empty purse. Perhaps even a bit of magical gear. And send him back out on the road. If fortune favored him, he might return with something interesting. If not, then good riddance. And that bracelet he scrounged up is, in fact, quite interesting itself. It is not magical, no. But it may be an ancient Cyclops treasure, and riches worth far more than any gold. I would like to show this artifact to a knowledgeable historian. But where are we going to find one in this backwater? Well, good question. Anyway, you wanted to talk about something? Yes, that puffed up fool Varn is destroying this barony faster than we can build it. An alliance with our western neighbor is madness, and now he is sending them gifts. He takes resources we work so hard to obtain, and which are so scarce around here, and gives them away freely to our principal adversary. You often may back me up in arguments. Magar respects your opinion. Perhaps together we can talk some sense into him. Maybe it really is better that I retire. Why should I stand watch as everything I have built these many years crumbles to ruin? I know not what to do with him, or even how to talk to him. Tell me, what do you think about this madness? You say that Magar is reckless, but in fact, you're the one who is dragging us into a dangerous venture. You and Magar suffer under the same blissful illusion. You imagine that silly old Sephiel is plotting some schemes, while you long to live simply and honestly, just like when we were a mercenary army. Well, you can put that out of your mind. Those days are long gone. State policy is a world of intrigue, and you are in this world now, whether you like it or not. From the day that Vern received his title, there would never be anything simple, clear, or honest about our lives again. Well, I have to go. Yes, you and I are both busy people now. Oh, what a joke. To be advisors to a baron who is doing everything in his power to destroy his own state. Actually, I think he might be onto something.
I'm there.
All right.
Follow if you dare. I do what I must. I'm there. The
bard stands before you. looking rather bizarre. He clearly inherited his waistcoat, which was once expensive, but now is now worn and tattered, covered in motley patches and embroidered with skulls. The musician's face is covered with white powder, and his eyes and cheekbones accented with black. So long as my song is not getting old, I'll sing of the fool, humble but bold. You there, General. A coin for the minstrel? For you. A raucous rascal of no small fame. The zombie gesture is my name. What are you singing about today, Jester? Of horrors and miracles, of demons and the dead. I'll sing you to sleep, and you'll never wet your bed. Here in the stolen lands, there are horrors everywhere. Enough for a new song every day. I've been to the Shrike Hills and returned with a dozen new songs. Songs of the insane Stag Lord, of evil fae pranks and trollish feasts. Werewolves and lake dragons and spider dances. And now I'm here to write one about Cyclops. Now I'm writing a new song. It's about an inn where today's travelers are fed meat carved from yesterday's travelers. By the way, it's not just a tale, it's the truth. I've been there, tasted their human meat, pies myself, and barely escaped with my skin. I'm not certain you did escape with your skin. You don't look like a zombie. For now, it seems I am still alive, but Caden only knows what will happen tomorrow. I was given this name for my songs. Other bards sing of heroes and romance, flowers and other such rot. My songs are: the bard strikes a low and dissonant chord on his lute. Far more interesting. What did you find in an inn like this? Or where did you find? A Blackstone's Fjord. If you believe me, go there yourself. Or if you don't believe me, go there yourself. And look what they have in their pots. Well,
In due time.
dressed in clean clothes, shiny boots, and in full accessory, Willis Gunderson looks even more jovial than he did when you met him on the road. Ah, there you are, my lady. What a pleasure it is to see you again. Tell me about yourself. Oh, I'm quite a boring person, believe me. Willis's tone makes it clear that he's joking. Boredom has led me to learn a dozen ancient languages, decipher a trove of ancient manuscripts and chronicles, and riddle out the location they may mention. The relics hidden there, in between those rather boring tasks, I have written a few brilliant novels and a dozen poems. Indeed, I had to flee to this backwater from my admirers and fans. I do hope no one there knows the name, or here knows the name of Willis Gunderson, or I shall have to flee again. Fame, I'm afraid, is the most boring thing in the world. So, you are here to write a book about us, then? Wait, I chose the wrong dialogue there. So what brings you, a scientist, traveler, and researcher of antiquities, to our savage lands? I was led here by some information I discovered while translating the writings of an ancient stone panel. Willis's eyes burned with excitement. It was a heavy granite slab, the size of a door, but a mere pocket watch, or a mere pocket notebook, for the ones who made their marks on it. Ancient Cyclops, if it was they who wrote those inscriptions on the slab. Ancient Cyclops, unlike today, or today's poor savages, were darkly clever. They maintained their brilliant civilization through dreadful magic. And what was written on the slab? I'm happy to tell you whatever you like. Nothing terribly significant. It described Cyclops settlements across the Tors of Lebanese. I mentioned incredible magic treasures have been stored here in the past. But that was thousands of years ago. There's scarcely a chance that anything remains today, even that bracelet I found was hardly anything more than a valuable knickknack. But even if I don't find any real artifacts, I will continue my search in the name of science. I see. So, you're going to write a book about us? Oh, we're well beyond that. I already started. Your comrades from the Varning host already gave me all the background I'll need to flesh out the first few chapters. I'm still thinking of a title, but the chapter about your encounter with the centaurs near the city of Hollow Eyes will be called Ripples on the Water. Poetic, relevant to location, and it foreshadows mysterious events to come. I heard that Jubilous Narfrobble was visiting your western neighbors. I don't know anyone who who still attends his lectures or reads his articles. The obnoxious gnome can never manage to do without making sarcastic jokes at the expense of his own audience. But never mind. How unfair would it be if a well-known publicist showed interest in one newborn barony while leaving its neighbor? Our sweet and slightly wild Varnhold out in the cold. Do you see now how lucky you are that Willis Gunderson himself paid Varnhold a visit? What? Jubilous Narfrobble in our lands? Willis exhales in indignation, then stares at the floor. That was rude, my good lady. You might at least have pretended to be impressed by me as by him. But fine, as you please. Willis Gunderson has yet to show what he's worth. True, you do. And you probably won't. And what kind of character will I be in your book? You will be assistant to the main character, Baron Varn. But don't despair, usually supporting characters are loved all the more, and they get into all sorts of fun that a main character simply couldn't be forgiven for. You know what, Nadia? I think you'll make the most charming character in the book. And after its smashing success, they'll be begging me for more. Perhaps I'll make you the main character in the series. Alright. Well. Willis. Have you seen that Galton troublemaker? The one who started an uprising in the city? Mm-hmm. Indeed I have. I was just telling my friends here about that touching sign of friendship and affection that Bernborn showed me. When these troublemakers came in with their silly talk, I had to spend a few minutes explaining to the lady how ridiculous her messages are, and how disgusting it is how she expresses them. That told her. So then the troublemaker ran out of the tavern. She's not going to risk crossing paths with me again. I suspect she's on her way to Galt. Willis toys with a strand of his hair and smiles cheekily. Willis, how about we take how about we discuss antiquities and relics in a more private setting? There are quiet rooms upstairs. You know, General, scientific discussions are my weakness. You probably meant a conversation about antiquities, or a conversation about antiquities. The young man's cheeks slightly blush. A conversation about antiquities. Of course. About the amazing feeling you get when you tear off the cover of secrecy, take in its aroma, tirelessly chase that cherished goal, and finally clasp it. Can anything be more exciting? Willis arches his brow. Now I'm most curious about the scientific approach you prefer. Something intricate, perhaps, with lengthy preparation and a wide range of methods? Or does a straightforward approach suit you better? You'll have a chance to learn about my methods. Wait for me upstairs. And take a bottle of wine with you. Yes, my general. Flirting a little bit, are we? A little bit. It kinda looks like we got a little wild in here, doesn't it? Uh-huh. Well, sounds like we definitely got kind of wild. So, Sir Gunderson, General, I have... Actually, let's move upstairs again because, yeah, that zombie just keeps talking my ear off. I have some questions for you. I can understand a broken bed and a crushed candelabra, but what doesn't save me have you done to the window shutters? You see, my dear hostess, scientific disputes can become rather heated, I'll say. If you decide you'll have another of your disputes, please warn me in advance. I'll hire a carpenter and a roofer to fix the furniture and the holes in the ceiling. Yeah, she definitely got a little well there. Oh. I've had a report that a troublemaker from Galt was seen here. Yes, that scumbag. We've seen a lot like her. She wandered in here talking about tyranny and justice, when really she was just looking for something to steal. She came in with a small group. I think they were from a farm that's near the town. They sat for a long time, saying that things that made me sick to hear. They sat there for a long time, saying things that made me sick to hear. First, they were talking about Ignash, the sorcerer, saying he was a bloodsucker, tricking the simple people. Then they talked about how to get into the armory to get some weapons. They decided they couldn't manage it, so there are too many guards. But then they remembered there would be pitchforks and scythes in the barn. In the end, they started talking to people, trying to stir them up for a riot, but nobody would listen. I showed them the door and sent word to the treasurer right away. I don't know where they went. I think they said something about a fisherman on the river. Do something with her for goodness sake. Kick her so hard she rolls back to Galt. Otherwise, she'll wind up some fools, and they'll burn down the whole town. We'll talk to the people, but you'd best go find out where she is and what she's doing. Fair enough. So, how did you end up in Barnhold? Yeah, we used to have a tavern in Galt. Ha! Galt, the nation of free thinkers and radicals, renowned for brilliant poets, artists, and philosophers, whose ideas shaped the politics of the whole of Avestan. Galt was once a vassal nation of Chaliax. After the death of Aradin and the rise of House Thrune in Chaliax, the people of Galt decided to throw off their foreign rulers, along with their own nobles, who had colluded with them. And within 5 years, in the 40 years, and within 5 years, the severed heads of the ministers of the first government rolled down the steps of the guillotine. In the 40 years since, over a dozen governments have ruled Galt, rising and falling like the waves of a stormy sea. And that's the kind of people we now have in Barnhold, stirring up trouble. French Revolution. For the nothing but the sake of the revolution itself. And then one way we didn't. They confiscated it for the needs of the revolution. But I suppose we should be grateful they let us go alive. They might have finished us off as oppressors and exploiters. Luckily, they were too busy enacting revolutionary justice in our wine cellar, and we managed to sneak away. The scumbags took everything we had, except our common sense. Well, we broke our backs for a few years to scrounge up enough to open a new venue. We heard about this new barony, the new town, so we came here. And it's quite a gold mine. The town is growing, there are more and more people, and all of them need to eat and drink. If that's not well say, will be rich. I have to go. Come back anytime. We'll save you a bottle of something worthy of a general. So, what did we learn? The Golden Instigator is hiding somewhere in the area, but how can she be rooted out? The embers of Revolt must be tamped down before they rise in a blaze. And any evidence would be most useful. The fishermen on the river might know something about the troublemaker. The riders supposedly intend to arm themselves with scythes and pitchforks from the big granary. This must be investigated. It could be well to find Ignash the sorcerer, who the troublemaker publicly denounced.
I'm on.
Okay. I'm looking for a troublemaker who has been stirring the people to riot. Have you seen her? I saw her, yes I did. She picked my pockets clean, but it's alright. A pocket is not a belly. If they cut it, you can stitch it up and fill it again. But the things she stole won't be good for her. No, they won't. She's invited trouble upon herself, silly girl. Okay, now the fisherman down by the river is most likely over by the pier. No? The fisherman on the river might know something about the troublemaker. Yeah, that. Up the revelation. Revolution, and even. Granary.
I'm there.
Well, the grain fields are down here.
I do what I must. Follow if you dare.
They took the pitchforks, sides, and flails from the barn. Anything that could be used as a weapon. Well, that's not great.
In due time. I'm there.
I looked around, but haven't found a troublemaker yet. Do you have any news? She never appeared in the tavern again, but people are saying you hear voices and the clanking of iron from outside. It looks like a mob has gathered near the tavern. You hear the familiar voices of your guards. And another voice ringing out, yelling slogans about tyranny. Svelid turns pale and reaches for the crossbow she keeps hidden under the counter. It looks like you won't have to go far to find her, or you won't have to go looking for her after all. Come on, General. Let's give it to these scoundrels. The situation is growing heated. Vern's guards, their weapons drawn, stand opposite a group of settlers who are yelling revolutionary slogans. You see some of the local fishermen among them. There's a half-orc woman in the front row, wearing a bright cape that's shaking her weapon. You're obviously not from around here. Down with the tyranny! We will not be treated like cattle! You cannot enslave us! Calm down! Now, noticing you, the guard sighs with relief. Here's Nadia, the general of his Grace Varn. I am sure she will deal with your problems now, so we can all go home peacefully. What's the problem here? Their problem is the autocracy of the tyrant. Shut your mouth, foreigner. I wasn't talking to you. Citizens of Varnhold, what exactly are you unhappy about? Here's the whole story, General. We're from Revolt. We were tired of working for Sertoba. So, we decided to try our luck here in this land. So we built a farm a couple miles from Varnhold and started settling in. And it was going pretty well, too. But then, a pestilence struck the crows, or cows. They can't even stand, the poor things. Their eyes are all dull, and they're frothing at the lips. We sent word to His Grace. The Baron did promise to help us settlers, but we got no reply. He didn't even send a doctor or a bloody scroll. We wanted to forget it and seek our fortune ourselves, but then this one came. Her name is Leonta Misho. She's from Galt. She said the Baron doesn't care about us and wasn't going to help. That all he's good for is taking taxes. She said we should go make some noise, stomp our feet. Then maybe His Grace will pay heed to our troubles. Yes, and there's holes in our boats. Can't catch any fish like that. But the Baron doesn't care. He loves to eat fish, I'm sure. But he's never held a fishing pole his whole life. Kings, barons, earls, ordinary people are like cattle to nobility. We will not allow this new state to become yet another prison for the people who groan under the yoke of tyranny. We demand that Magar Varn relinquishes his power. Proclaim these lands a People's Republic. And gather a constituent assembly. So you are here to complain about the sick cows or demand a People's Republic. Make up your minds. The settlers exchanged looks. Yes, but the Republic. We went a little overboard. Citizens, don't listen to the tyrant's henchmen. Don't give up. Fight for your rights. Don't you see? So long as a sovereign rules over you, no one will care about your suffering. Your cows, your fields, your homes. All of this is at risk until you become your own masters. Down with the Baron. The time has come. The time of the people has come. The Baron is not your enemy, and we don't need to stoop to violence. I will personally see that your troubles get taken care of. Leon Tomisho Succeeded at diplomacy check. Earned your hearts. Yep. Keep quiet, you've had your say. Folks, tie her up. Forgive us, we didn't mean any harm. This damn troublemaker played us for fools. Throw the snake in prison. And we'll, you know, we'll just go home. But, come to think of it, please send us a doctor. Or a healing scroll. Our cows keep getting ill. And the Baron doesn't help. Or even a reply. If it weren't for the cows, we wouldn't have caused any trouble. Alright? So long. The fishermen exchange apprehensive looks. Well, you know, we'll go too. Alright? We have some silly things written on our walls. We'll wash them off right away. And yeah. Level 9. Fighter, no, not fighter. Duelist. Which gets me enhanced mobility. Starting at 3rd level when wearing light or no armor. And not using a shield, a duelist gains additional +4 bonus to AC against attacks of opportunity. Cost when she moves out of a threatened square. Good. We also get combat reflexes next level. Basically for free. So we don't need to take that. At level 7. But that does remind me. Yeah. Let's snooze that because I'm about to end the stream anyway. All right. And then I think then we're going to take outflank. There we go. Okay. And that, my friends, is the end of that. That's the end of stream for today. Now let's see if there is anybody on, so I can send a raid and go shut off the alarm and take my meds. Yeah. I know where to send you. Rain. Okay. I'll see you around tomorrow for more Trails in the Sky 3rd. Anyway, have a good night.